Can you? I don't know. Like rotation. Yes, exactly. Yeah. So there will be some friends of yours. Yeah, they're my childhood friends. Hello. My supervisor is really nice to meet you. Nice that you are sharing this ceremony. Okay. Yeah, yeah. Can you? Hello.
No. How are you? You all good?
Aber hast du dann schon angefangen, so irgendwie
Jetzt nehmen halt auch noch alle so ein bisschen. Danke, reicht erstmal. Ist okay erstmal, ich muss kurz warten.
Du aber das sind meine neuen Wie gesagt, schon gesagt, sie will die haben. Ja, genau, aber die bräuchte ich auch. Ja, aber die passen auch.
Ja, von den Gutachten wusste ich Bescheid, aber so von Uli und Dora, da hatte ich noch nicht so, aber das kann sich auch korrelieren, was die davon halten. Ne? Und dann, als er in der Straßenbahn was in die Richtung gesagt hat, woran das nicht so gut fand, war ich schon mal so, oh, zum Glück.
Nachdem er erst so einen Witz gemacht hat, wo man nicht wusste, das ist Frauen da
Das Problem, das ist eins der größten Probleme. Es ist kein Unterschnellen von den Das Problem ist, dass wenn man das macht, dann vergisst man State of Mind und also, dass das halt einfach in dem Moment das größte Ding ist. Alles, was der andere sagt, auf der Goldbahn kommt, ist nicht verstehen kann, weil die meisten Leute sehr wohlig ich habe 2 übrigens nicht so, das meine ich 4 Stunden die Hölle. Aber es ist dafür danach ja, super Note, aber das ist sorry, in Frankreich zu promovieren anders. Das ist tatsächlich so eine Art, da muss man durch den Stahlgewitter durch. Das ist auch nicht jetzt 90%. Weil man danach Teil der Community wird, die macht es halt schwer. Abgesehen davon, dass man
Nee, tatsächlich leite ich das Projekt mit den Dingen.
graduation ceremony. I'm glad that so many of you could make it, also to be here with us in the location on this nice late summer afternoon. And I will, before I start the graduation, briefly present the overview of the program of what we do today, and then we will officially start the program. But first, let me welcome everybody, ladies and gentlemen, dear Vice President Kuchera, dear BIGSSS graduates, dear fellows, and dear family members and friends. So, welcome to this BIGSSS graduation ceremony. We will start right away with introduction by me and Vice President of BIGSSS, and then we will also hear a welcome speech by the Vice President of the University of Bremen for Research, Kunsthalle, and thereafter, in about 3/4 of an hour, we will have a coffee break. And after the coffee break, we will hear a fellow address by Ganze Peter and Tanja. And after a musical interview of our a cappella group, we will have the graduation ceremony in 2 parts. We will have the first part at 5:30, and then after another musical interview, we will have the second part at about 6. And after the graduation, where all the graduates and their supervisors, at least the ones who are here, will come onto the stage, and I will ask you on stage for that. We will have a reception right outside here, and there's also the opportunity to have a guided tour to Kunsthalle Bremen. And you have to sign up for the tours. There's 3 tours in total. 2 of them are in English, the last one is in German. In case you haven't signed up and are able to understand German, there's still the opportunity to take part in the last tour. And then we can also, of course, enjoy ourselves with us for a few minutes. So that's the program for today. And it is a great pleasure for me. Oh, okay. Is it really quiet?
Well, I hear you, but I don't know in the back of the room.
Okay. Is this better now?
Yeah.
Thank you. Okay. So, fortunately, you can read the program. Hear what I say. Okay, so it's a great pleasure for me to open this year's BIGSSS Graduation Day. It's been 3 years since the last graduation. And this is our first one in this new location. So even if it's not the first graduation for BIGSSS, we are still really excited. And I'm especially glad to welcome 20 graduates today in person and 2 online to be honored out of a total of 39. And I'm sure that you graduates are also excited. And at the same time, for most of you today, also very likely visible many of the struggles that you've been fighting over the past years are over now. The struggles with formulating, adjusting, and sometimes seemingly without readjusting the research question, the hurdles of field access, the hassle of recruiting interviewees, or getting lost in complex coding complex survey data, sometimes maybe also struggle with yourself. And then finally, the greatest challenge of all of it, pulling it together, writing it up, and finding out that perhaps surprisingly, all the different pieces in the end do come together. For now, you have completed, or as I would prefer, successfully abandoned, as the sociologist Feather would say, this project with dissertation. However, mastering or completing a PhD is not only about mastering complex theory, complicated methods, or arcane subject areas. What's more important is that you learn to persevere when things are difficult. You figured out ways around obstacles, and you readjusted when plans didn't work out. And you also made it through whatever self-doubts might have arisen during that time. Your accomplishment is therefore as much a scholarly one as it is a personal one. You have become a scholar, of course, but you've also grown as a person. And even if it might not feel like this for you as of now, it is all the more visible for us at BIGSSS as we witness the intellectual and the personal development. Importantly, you have not been alone in this time. Traditionally, embarking on a dissertation was quite a lonely undertaking indeed. It often meant spending countless hours in isolation in the library with the supervisor to talk with the real questions. At BIGSSS, you had the freedom to pursue the project of your own within a supportive environment of fellows and faculty. It means being part of a community that forms a space for intellectual development, often across very different disciplinary, theoretical, and methodological approaches. During various stages of your PhD, you have debated the framing of the research question in the proposal workshop. You have pondered over appropriate theoretical frameworks in our fields. And you have discussed and defended the methodological approach in the colloquial learning methods in the workshops. You may have been challenged on the significance of your findings, thesis, question, in progress assessment colloquia or conferences. And finally, perhaps you have also reflected on what this all now means for ordinary people in the real world, in your defense, or in conversations with their parents. By doing all this, you have, of course, completed parts of the curriculum, but more importantly, you have engaged in the debate amongst each other, and often in interdisciplinary. And despite any communicative hurdles you may have encountered, you learn from one another, you share ups and downs with one another, and make friendships that will hopefully outlast your time. The outcome of this journey now is with you. You now hold, or for the ones who still have to think are close to hold, the highest possible educational degree. If you live in Germany, you are part of the 1.2% of the population with that qualification. However, the PhD is more than a professional qualification. Completing a social science PhD project most likely also brings with it a specific mindset. What others take for granted, you might find in need of explanation. Remember the confounded research question. Where others see straightforward solutions, or maybe no solutions at all, you may see alternatives. Remember the competing hypothesis. Where others may find that some events just had to happen, you might think, why did things take? Remember the counterfactuals in the methods class. And when some people may find the world just too complex and too puzzling to engage in at all, given the current challenges and transformations that lie ahead of us, one might think that this is not the worst skill set to have. Yet, in our present times, it seems that this mindset and the people that stand for it have itself become an object of strife. Right-wing populists across the globe appeal to offer seemingly simple, one-sided solutions to complex issues, spreading misinformation, alternative facts, and doubt, attacking universities, and eventually challenging the very foundations upon which scholarship and intellectual freedom rest. Our response as scholars and as intellectuals, I believe, should not be merely to fall back on science, reason, or the authority of facts, as if these could once and for all silence the noise of misinformation. We're calling on the epistemic authority of academic titles and objectivity, or simply trying to prove others wrong by lecturing them, might fuel rather than extinguish the backlash we witness. The facts might tell us what is, but by themselves they can't tell us what is. More promising to me, therefore, seems the mindset that you questioning assumptions, debating alternatives, and learning from each other's different perspectives. As scholars, we should not close ourselves off the seed dialogue, try to open up possibilities and make sense of the complexity that characterizes it. So the habit of questioning, critical thinking, and dialogue that we have come to cultivate over the past years is not only valuable for your own research, it's an increasingly vital asset for the broader context in society. So let me close now by thanking the people involved in preparing this graduation ceremony. And first and foremost, and most importantly, I would like to thank Jessica Machuga, our senior coordinator of the Dean's Office, who has accomplished the Herculean task here of organizing this event with really an admirable piece of mind. I don't know if I have ever seen Jessica nervous or in some way aroused. So Jessica, thank you very much. So this has been your real and true triumph and fire, so and we also have a little, well, it's not a compensation, but we need something to ease sort of what the market is for the last days. Also, I collectively would like to thank all of the big staff, the academic and the non-academic staff, especially also the student assistants involved in preparing this event, that make also working for this institution such a rewarding experience and also great fun, even though it is a wild ride. Sometimes it's also a very big indeed. So thanks again. So now we will proceed with the address of our live stream.
Thank you very much. So, dear graduates, dear families, dear friends, esteemed colleagues, dear guests, dear Professor Kuchera, it's a great pleasure for me to stand here today in a dual role. I'm on the one hand the Vice Dean of BIGSSS and therefore consider myself to be a member, but I now today also have the task to represent the leadership of Kunsthalle University, as I have taken over the interim dean position as for the School of Business, Social and Decision Sciences, and other members of the leadership didn't have time. I was tasked to take on this dual role, so I might have to switch hats from time to time to cope with that. First of all, in that role, I would like to highlight actually that BIGSSS for years now has functioned and still functions as the bridgehead of research cooperation between the University of Bremen and Kunsthalle University. Over 2 decades now, BIGSSS has grown into a leading international graduate school in the social sciences, leveraging the complementary expertise in social science research at Uni Bremen and Kunsthalle University. By actually integrating the potentials of 2 universities for innovative graduate education, and by that being kind of a role model of a private-public partnership. So this complementary, I also hope to express and be able to convey to a certain degree in the complementarity of maybe the 2 graduation speeches that we have to a certain degree with Patrick. Despite the fact that we didn't look at each other's manuscripts, I hope that we are somehow capable of touching on complementary aspects in that. Now, as the backbone of structured doctoral training, BIGSSS continues to play really a central role in the various strategic excellence initiatives and other funding strategies of both universities and also the other institutions that are there here in Bremen. So as representative of the constructed university, I want to use this opportunity here to express the strategic importance of BIGSS as one of the foundations of these academic collaborations between the two universities. And we have manifestations of that, like the current Collaborative Research Center, Global Dynamics of Social Policy, or the RTG, Social Dynamic of the Self. In the 2024 board meeting of BIGSS, the two members, the leadership of both universities, Dr. Protasov and Professor Günther, they reaffirmed their commitment to BIGSS and also assured their willingness to stabilize the bridge between the two institutions. A central aim certainly is to capitalize here on the two partners' compatible and complementary expertise. Throughout the years, BIGSS has demonstrated that this potential of complementarity, and there exist multiple opportunities also for the future to show for that. So let us build on this experience gained in BIGSS to identify these complementarities and use them for joint progress of the universities in Bremen. But today, we gather primarily to celebrate you, our dear graduates, your academic achievements, but also it's a graduation ceremony, and I have, well, portrayed a little bit deeper in the last BIGSS graduation about the historical background of graduation ceremonies. And here again, I think the BIGSS graduation ceremony is a complement to the ceremonies that other universities have, that also traditionally we at Constructed University celebrate in a much more formal setting, with also a lot of emotions, but with a different attitude, because also here BIGSS wanted to make a difference, wanted to look at the traditions that are there, to make a lineage to the medieval ages on the one hand, but also to clearly point out that there are differences in structure and that there are also clear-cut evolvements of how a graduation ceremony might happen to be and might look like. So for example, typically at Constructed University we wear academic regalia. They sometimes look a little bit spacey, but by now we have, I think, received a gown that is quite wearable also in modern times. It was actually, as a side remark, it was not the intention of the university to have these academic regalia at the very beginning. It was very much the demand of students, particularly the international students, to show that symbol also at their graduation ceremonies. So there are a lot of symbols in the rituals that we observe, and even the very language of our degrees, whether it's a master, a bachelor, or the PhD degree, they echo basically very much those early days in the medieval ages where universities have been built and constituted. So these traditions, they should remind us that while the world changes, the pursuit of knowledge remains a constant endeavor. Let us also not forget the emotional weight of this day. For each of you, this journey has been marked by moments of doubt and exhilaration, of solitude and camaraderie. You have, as Patrick already mentioned, you have wrestled with complex questions, probably also research methods, statistics, qualitative approaches, combined approaches to that. You have challenged established ideas, and probably more than once you have questioned yourself whether your decision to pursue a PhD was a good decision. Now, today, you stand here not only as experts in your fields, but also as individuals, transformed by the rigors and the joys of intellectual exploration. Allow yourself to feel this pride, the gratitude, and perhaps even also the touch of relief. You have earned it. Today, ceremony offers us a moment to pause and reflect and recognize growth in the wisdom, in your knowledge, but also personal growth that is there. In a world that often rushes forward, these ceremonies ground us. They remind us that learning is not just an individual achievement, but a communal act. Patrick as well has pointed out that particularly in BIGSS, you also grew as a community, and you achieved the goals that you set also together. A communal act that binds us to each other and to the generations who came before. We celebrate your accomplishments at a time of profound global uncertainty. The world faces challenges that are as daunting as they are complex, whether it's climate change, social inequality, political polarization, technological disruption, and also the threats to democratic institutions. In such times, the importance of science, and especially social sciences, cannot be overstated. Science is not merely a collection of facts or a set of technical skills. It is a way of seeing, questioning, and hopefully at the end understanding the world. The social sciences in particular, they teach us to reflect also on ourselves and our societies. They equip us with the tools to analyze power, to understand diversity, to question assumptions, and to imagine alternatives. They remind us ultimately that every policy, every institution, every social norm is the product of human choices and human decisions. And these choices can be changed to the better and to the worse. In democratic societies, the ability to think critically, to engage in dialogue, and to challenge orthodoxy is not a luxury. It is a necessity. Social science research underpins the very fabric of democracy. It helps us understand the roots of conflict and cooperation, the dynamics of inclusion and exclusion, the forces that drive change and those that resist it. In a world awash with misinformation and polarization, your commitment to evidence, reason, and open inquiry is more important than ever. Science is also deeply personal. It demands self-reflection, humility, and courage. It asks us to confront our own biases, to listen to others, and to accept that we do not have all the answers. As you move forward, I urge you to carry these values with you, not only as scholars, but as citizens, colleagues, and human beings. Whether you continue in academia or enter the public service, many of you have already made your choice and selected the next steps. Remember that your work matters. The world needs your curiosity, your rigor, and your compassion. So let me close with a wish. May you never lose your sense of wonder. May you continue to ask difficult questions, to seek understanding, to look for complementarity, and to build bridges across divides. And may you always remember that in the grand tradition of scholarship, you are both heirs and pioneers, custodians of knowledge, but also creators of new possibilities. Congratulations, graduates of BIGSSS 2025. Go out to the world and keep fond memories of this day today. Thank you very much. Thank you. So now it's my great pleasure to invite Professor Michael Kujera on stage, the Vice Rector of Research and Transfer at the University of Great. Please.
Good evening, dear Professor Sachwe, dear colleagues, dear family, dear guests, and above all, dear graduates. Graduations are always a time when we look back, because it is a time when something came to completion. And I'm not a social scientist, but I'm a scientist and I graduated myself. So on the way here, I started to look back and I thought, how did it work for me when I finished my own PhD? What is it that you might be feeling or might have been feeling when you completed your studies? So the first thing that came to my mind, what I felt was relief. I felt like, oh my God, so many people believed in me, so many people supported me. I've got this funding and there is this product. The product was quite small. I was thinking how much effort and work and labor went into it. But nevertheless, I also felt very proud of it. I felt that I have achieved something, that I have met the expectations of the many who believed in me. And I felt really proud of that achievement, even though the size was not very great. I felt thankful, with a little bit of thoughts behind. I felt very much thankful to the many people whose advice and support have allowed me to get to the point where that little product was finished and defended. And it is obvious the supervisors who were helping me during the PhD itself. But it is also the very many other people, family and friends, who didn't say no when I wanted to do something and who supported me on that decision, and the very many direct and indirect academic advisors who nudged, pointed in some directions, opened doors that I didn't know existed, and I was feeling very grateful for their support. Then, after a further thought, I felt a little bit overwhelmed and awestruck by the responsibility that now comes to me. You see, during the time when we go to school and when we go to university, our life, our career path is very clear and very directed. Every year at school, you know that it is all about finishing that year and getting more grades. During the university, it is all about getting your degree, and during the PhD, it's about submitting your thesis and successfully defending it. What now? So this feeling was somehow also mixed with the feeling or with the responsibility that I am now entering the other side. So I am now no longer the one who receives knowledge, but I will now be the one who has to bring it to some fruition, to use it, to pass it over. It's a completely new function that I had. There are certain things which I didn't think about right now at the moment when I finished my PhD, because they come later. One of them was the realization and the great appreciation of the fact that even during the lonely times of PhD research and library work, etc., one is still a member of a community. One is still part of something larger. There are colleagues and friends and other members of the university, fellow graduates, undergraduate students with whom we interact. They all make a network. This network is very supportive, and believe it, this network will stay with you. It will stay with you for the rest of your life. Maybe you should make a mental note 20 years from now, come back to it, and you would realize what I'm saying now. It's now very difficult to realize it right now, but believe me that this is true. And in this context, what better environment for a network of this kind there could be than a graduate student, like the Bremen Integrated Graduate School of Social Science. With decades of history and experience, it is a success story of collaboration between researchers, between universities, between disciplines. It is a story of how to make out of a solitary PhD work a network and experience that will bring you further than the solitary work itself could. We are very grateful to the work that BIGSSS team and BIGSSS supervisors are doing for the graduates in the name of both universities. And like Professor Wilhelm, we are very grateful and we are very positive about the fact that the collaboration between the Kunsthalle University and the University of Bremen has been renewed last year. And in fact, I believe that there is nothing that speaks against a long and fruitful future for this collaboration. Second thing that I have noticed with the hindsight further, I've already hinted at it a little bit, is this fact that this thankfulness to many people who helped, etc., should also extend to the institutions where I studied, to the university where I was able to finish my PhD, and perhaps for you, thankful to the BIGSSS as the home of your academic work. And from this, my message would be extend the individual thankfulness to the universities, become alumni, feel affiliated with the universities, with the BIGSSS, and also begin to pass on this knowledge, this support that you have got onto others. Who knows, many of you might really end up being supervisors of PhD students or other colleagues, other people. Think about what was given and give further yourself. Now, at this place, next to the BIGSSS and its staff, I would like to thank all of those who made this event possible. I would like to thank our colleagues from the Kunsthalle University for this great continued collaboration. I would also like to thank to the art gallery, the Kunsthalle, for allowing us to be here to celebrate this event together. And last but not least, I would like to thank you, dear graduates of BIGSSS, for staying at it, for going through this difficult time of several years of academic work, for persevering, and for opening up new potentials and new knowledge. In a world like this, there is one last realization that came much, much later than all the previous ones. What a privilege it was to be able to do my PhD under full academic freedom. I would have wished that I don't have to say this, because it is obvious, it is granted. We are living in difficult times and things cannot be taken for granted anymore. And this is why I also have to give you some burden on your way, and it is the burden of responsibility. It is the burden of responsibility in your life, in your actions, doing everything you can, making sure that our science remains free, that our academic research remains free, and that we do not disconnect ourselves from the society which we are part of, which we have to serve with all our skills. With these words, I wish you a great evening, and I wish you all the best for the future in your illustrious careers that are to come. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Vice President Schiller. And we are now at the time to have our first coffee break. So we may now serve yourself to coffee or other beverages that you might need now. And we will reconvene, I think, in well, 30 minutes. Okay, so there's time for
dear professors, families, friends, and everyone with us today. Welcome to the BIGSSS Graduation Ceremony 2025. Today, we are not only celebrating a new academic title, we are celebrating a journey of several years, a journey of challenges, achievements, sleepless nights, and thankfully so many laughs.
For Gamze and me, standing here today and giving this speech feels almost surreal, because exactly 1 year ago, on this very day, we both submitted our thesis together. The last few months before submission was certainly intense. We both traveled to a conference in Bali. We practiced our presentation side by side, and then came back, exchanged feedback on our almost final ready to submit drafts, and then on this day, walked in Sabina's office and handed in our work. But of course, the submission was one final step of a much, much longer journey. 4 years ago, on a cool September day, as can be expected in Bremen, our BIGSSS journey began. We arrived in a new place, not knowing anyone. For some of us, we didn't even know the language. Complete uncertainty in our eyes. But we did carry the pride of being doctoral students. Everything felt new. We were full of curiosity. We were full of confidence as well. I still remember in the orientation week, there was uncertainty, but there were calm words from our faculty. Reach out to us anytime and we are here.
And soon, of course, friendship made that trust grow stronger. Our 2021 cohort, especially the self-research training group, we became like a family. We celebrated each other's success and shared the difficult moments together. Positive feedback became a collective joy, and struggles became much lighter when carried together. Along the way, while we were busy raising our academic babies, our family even grew, and we even welcomed our baby Paula, who brought us a very different kind of happiness and joy.
Looking back, our brains tend to keep positive memories alive. We all remember those highs that we had. The first time an idea clicked, or the first time our supervisor said, "This is good, let's go ahead with it." Or when our papers finally got accepted, or when an analysis finally worked for us.
But of course, we also lived other side. The deadlines, doubts, formatting struggles, and so many tears. Rejections that came not once, but twice, even 3 times. Reviewer comments that made us want to hide under the blanket. And I think we all have those file names. Final 1. Almost final. Final updated. We all know them too well. Weeks when nothing seemed to work, and we even questioned if we belong here at all. And yet, look, here we are.
PhD is often described as a lonely path, but BIGSSS showed that it doesn't have to be that way. When we look back now, we remember very different images. I remember Francie telling us, "You're an independent and strong researcher now." Or the gummy bears in the coffee stall that kept our offices alive. The warm hugs after our colloquium presentations. Coffee breaks. Our trips to the conferences. I remember our trip to Ireland and the Bali retreat. Conference, sorry. Bali conference. We practiced our presentations together. At times, we even knew the presentations of our colleagues better than us. With the conferences, we also helped each other book tickets and thank God we went through the bureaucracy together. I also remember going to the Freimarkt in our first year and going to the free fall, and right on top you saying, "Your PhD students, be brave." These moments remind me we will never truly alone.
And we had no clue we would make all these wonderful memories together. I remember when I first came here, I did not imagine what the end would look like. I simply said, okay, I want to do a PhD in Germany, but that was all. If you had asked me in the first year, I probably would have said, if I had known how difficult it would be, I might not have come here at all. But if you ask me today, I will say, I would gladly do it again. But with one condition, with the same cohort, in the same RTG, under the guidance of the same supervisors and coordinators. Because if even one person in this room had been missing from the equation, we might not be standing here today as Dr. Gamze İpek and Dr. Tanya Kendi.
And of course, none of this would have been possible without our wonderful supervisors and all the PIs and professors. I still wonder how they could just see our half-formed ideas, sometimes which we couldn't even express clearly, totally wrapped in hesitation, and would still help us shape them into a coherent whole, all without imposing their vision on us. Wow. You read every draft with care. You were so patient with us. But most importantly, you trusted us, even on days when we didn't trust ourselves. Your cheerful greetings in the office, your nods during our presentations, which I still see now, they all carried great meaning, much beyond supervision. And we knew by heart how lucky we were to be under your guidance.
And of course, to our families, partners, and friends, without whom this day would be incomplete, or should I say impossible. A simple thank you is not enough for you. You accepted late replies, at times no replies, cancelled plans, distracted minds, and countless times when we were physically present, but mentally still preoccupied with our thesis. Still, you stood by us. Some of you traveled far to be here today, and others joined online to share this moment with us. And this proves that today we live not only with a degree, but with the relationships that we can always rely on. So today, it's the story of all of us, and we are proud that we live it together with you all.
And if there is one lesson that we would like to share with you all, then it is this. If you really think of it, our lives and our thesis are not that different. They are both drafts under constant revision. You will never have one spotless draft. There will always be some room for improvement. And I think that is the main point. Because now, every time we read the revised draft, we realize how far we've come, not just as researchers, but also as people who persevered through all these revisions. And for all those ideas that you can't fit in, there's always a postdoc for that. And now, as we come towards the end, I would like to ask Gamze, Dr. İpek, any famous last words?
So certainly, Dr. Kinney. To finish, I would like to borrow the words of a famous person who said, "Everybody wants to know what we would do if we didn't meet. I guess we will never know."
And I think I would also like to add to that. If we have survived this PhD, we can survive pretty much anything. So, congratulations to all the doctors, and thank you everyone to every doctor.
Congratulations to all the doctors, and thank you to everyone who made us doctors.
That was actually everything you needed to know about BIGSS. There is not much more to say. So, now, of course, I want to give you a hug, as you know. So, thank you so ladies and gentlemen, my name is Christian Peters. I'm the managing director of BIGSS, and I'm still shaken. I kind of envy people that are really capable of losing some water in such a situation. I am not, but if I were, I would have lost a lot of water right now. It's been a fantastic speech. Thank you so much for what you're giving back to BIGSS. I remember, Gamze, when you said that it's about moments that you don't believe that you deserve to be in the position that you are. We also know that as the so-called imposter phenomenon. I remember it was one of the first things you said to me in the beginning, and I thought, Gamze is going to make that. She already knows and understands how that goes, so it's so great to have you here. Turkish-Indian twins, if I may say so. And now I have the privilege to have a new program point, which is that we usually do have for Divertimento. We have musical interludes. You're going to hear a choir. It's a cappella. They've been with us in the last graduation already, and people really did enjoy, so I welcome our cappella. Please come into the room. Hand over the vocals to Sandra Rodesto, who has organized them for us, and let's be attentive and enjoy.
Come in and say a while, cast our words aside for now. Give yourself a chance to breathe and try your best to smile. Sometimes it's hard to relax, but you need to take the time. Pleasantries can be some help if you search until you find the one who takes your fondest dream and turns it into now. So let this place be your lifestyle. Come in and say
second song, I don't say a word, I'm sure you saw the film.
Raindrops on roses and whiskers on kittens, bright copper kettles and warm woolen mittens, brown paper packages tied up with strings. These are a few of my favorite things. Green-colored ponies and snowballs, favorite doorbells and sleigh bells, schnitzel with favorite wild geese that fly with the moon on their wings. These are a few of my favorite things. Pretty girls in white dresses with blue satin sashes, snowflakes that stay on my nose and eyelashes, silver white winters that melt into springs. These are a few of my favorite things. When the dog bites, when the bee stings, when I'm feeling sad, I simply remember my favorite things, and soon I don't feel so bad. Favorite, when the dog bites, when the dog bites. Favorite, raindrops on roses. Favorite, when the bee stings, when the bee stings. Favorite, green-colored ponies. Favorite, these are my favorite, favorite. These are my favorite, favorite
Which film?
Sound of Music.
Thank you. The new generation, you should see the movie. The last song from the first block, I say only Michael Bublé was in love. I don't know how many times, but in this case was Emily Blunt. Unfortunately, came a good song out, but the relationship didn't work out.
You're everything. Yes, you're my everything. You're a falling star. You're the getaway car. You're the line in the sand when I go too far. You're the swimming pool on an August day, and you're the perfect thing to say. Oh, when you play a chord, that is kind of cute. And when you smile at me, you know exactly what you do. Baby, don't pretend, 'cause you don't know it's true. 'Cause you can see it when I look at you. And in this crazy, crazy, crazy life, and through this crazy, crazy time, it's you, you make me sing. Your every line, your every word, your everything. Oh, oh, oh, oh, oh, la, la, la, la, la, la, la. Oh, oh, la, la, la, la, la, la, la. And in this crazy, crazy life, into this crazy, crazy times, it's you.
All right, so now after that musical interlude, we will proceed with the main part that we all have been looking for, the graduation ceremony and the honoring of our graduates. And I will ask now groups of graduates and supervisors to here on stage. And the first group that is going to come on stage is Gonzalo Alvarado Iglesias. And we will start by honoring Gonzalo Alvarado Iglesias. You can maybe. Okay, so Gonzalo came to BIGSS from Spain as an MA graduate of the University of Santiago de Compostela with a master's degree in political science and statistics. And he wrote a dissertation, you can see here the title, called Feminism Begets Feminism, How Family Solidarity Shapes Welfare Preferences in Europe. And there he explores the interplay between family arrangements and social policies and welfare provisions and their impact on public opinion across European countries using comparative survey data. He shows that where families are expected to do more, people often demand less from the state, even though heavy burdens on families or family caregiving can increase support for public. Gonzalo also was the first PhD student that I sort of supervised, as you can see here, together with Nick Bresnau and Manuela Did. And I have to say it was a real pleasure to supervise Gonzalo because he was not only always well prepared, he always had limited slideshow presentations to show and interpret in my classes. So it was really an easy job for me to do. So I hadn't much to work to do. So it made it very easy for me. But importantly, he also has been quite successful in this academic career early on because his work has been not only published by the Journal of European Policy, his first paper, but also won the Doctoral Prize of Espanet and the BIGSS paper. But more important for BIGSS, possibly than his academic accomplishments, he also enriched BIGSS by his always calm and very friendly personality. Very single style anything. Maybe he did that very successfully for me, but I didn't see that. So, and therefore, there is not much to do, left to do, than to congratulate him also to his new job he will start in autumn 2025 as a postdoctoral researcher at the University of Amsterdam. So, congratulations, Gonzalo. Who joined BIGSS in 2018 when she became a member of the Collaborative Research Center Global Dynamics of Social Policy. And she came as a healthcare consultant and policy expert with extensive experience in health system reform, patient safety, and digital transformation. In her dissertation titled The Role of International Organizations in Healthcare Financing Policy in Central and Eastern Europe, the case of the Latvian healthcare financing reforms, she studied how international organizations such as the World Health Organization or the OECD have influenced healthcare financing reforms in Latvia since the 1990s. And by examining their policy advice and the ways in which policymakers responded to these global influences, she showed how global ideas referred to local contexts. With regard to BIGSS, she particularly remembers not only the lectures and courses, but especially its views of work and community. And today, she also remains loyal to the Bremen University landscape as she works as an accreditation coordinator and lecturer at Kunsthalle Bremen. So,
I don't think that's me. I don't fulfill this role. No, I don't think that's for someone else.
It's another anyway, you made it.
So you know what we're giving away. For the first time, we have adequate portraits of our fellows. Technology made that possible.
Okay. The next fellow is Mareike. Mareike studied Eastern European Studies at the Ludwig-Maximilians University in Munich, obtained an MA in Comparative Political Systems before beginning a PhD in BIGSS in Political Science in 2019. She worked at the Center for Eastern European Studies and wrote a dissertation entitled Understanding Change and Continuity in Polish Politics, Political Elites, the Party Politics of Higher Education, and the impact of right-wing populism. There, she traces Polish politics from the early transformation period to EU integration and into the recent years of democratic backsliding. She sheds light on the backgrounds and motivations of political elites and examines the contested role of higher education policy in Poland's path of catching up with the West. At BIGSS, Mareike deeply valued the sense of belonging in the international community and the friendships that she gave along the way. And her time with us was marked both by a scholarly dedication and her commitment to bridging communities, for instance, as a co-head of the Bremen branch of the Young German Association for Eastern Studies. Today, I hope this is now live. Mareike works as a research fellow at the State University Library in Bremen, where she leads the project on diamond open access and is a managing editor of the Collaboration with Major and Economic Research. So, also to you, congratulations. Joining us virtually today is Patricia Zaufmann. Patricia studied sociology at the University of Vienna, where she also worked as a teaching and research assistant before she joined Sozium and the University of Bremen as a pre-doctoral research fellow and affiliated fellow in BIGSS in 2016. Her dissertation is titled Raising the Acceptance of Rank-Reversing Redistributions, the Role of Need Considerations. And there, she explores distributive justice and asks whether highlighting need rather than equality can increase support for redistributive measures, even when it changes people's financial standing. At BIGSS, Patricia not only found an inspiring academic home, but also a warm atmosphere, faculty support, and lasting friendships. Patricia currently continues her research as a postdoctoral fellow at the University of Potsdam, and congratulations, Patricia. Can you turn off your camera, Patricia, so that we can see you? Okay, so then we proceed with the last.
So, I'm saying some words for Jenny Haas. Jenny Haas is a sociologist by education, sociologist of work and of organization. And she worked in our CRE 1342. Thanks a lot. She worked in our, in our CRC in the project which I was conducting together with Irene Dingeldey, the CRC Worlds of Labor. And she defended her dissertation on 15th of November last year, belonged to the 2018 cohort, and her subject was, you read it there, from Geneva to the world, question mark, legal segmentation and the International Labour Organization. So the main subject which we share, the two of us, is legal segmentation. If you know, I'm a lawyer, a law professor, and emeritus of law and political science. So what we were studying is in how far labor law particularly, does not only protect employees, but also divides chances between men and women, white and colored people, and so on, and thus leads to segmentation. Law itself can lead to segmentation. And this is what we were studying, and this is the background of her dissertation. She worked out in how far also the ILO, the International Labour Organization, contributed to legal segmentation. What I appreciate enormously as a professor of law is that she really did an interdisciplinary job. She really entered into law as if it were her proper subject. and she did not just collect norms and statutes, but she developed systematic approach to legal norms and a historical insight into their functioning, which is enormous. And I learned a lot. I learned the whole quantitative quantitative sociological approach, which was far from my experience. And to end, I share with Jenny her longing and the vision that all working people should enjoy de facto and de jure universal equal rights and opportunities rather than being pure commodities.
Okay, so now, do we have a good picture? We have a okay, so now I will ask the next group on stage. You can, as fellows, Adio Aditnika. And then I also asked the supervisors, Klaus Schichte, and who took the microphone?
Okay, good. So it's my pleasure to present Adio Aditnika, who came all the way from Zimbabwe to Bremen. His PhD thesis, which is a cumulative thesis, so 3 published contributions plus an introduction, research that is already out before he even graduated, was on the question whether digitalization would actually change anything in the job market in 3 African countries, Zimbabwe, Kenya, and Rwanda. So something that does not happen too often, young African scholars carrying out research in another country than the country of their origin, which I'm very proud that we managed this, because it was not always so easy to get this, what to say, on the road. The result is not particularly encouraging, I would say. So for anyone who's a strong believer in digitalization and its, so to say, benefits, here is a person to talk to for the opposite viewpoint. Okay, the only thing I have to read is where you're working now, because that is actually news to me. So you are a postdoctoral research fellow at the Distributed AI Research Institute, AIR. So I don't know whether that means you have made peace with artificial intelligence, but you're still working on it. Okay, congratulations, Adio. That was a bit the other way around. So Janos was already in the region, this region. I think he came from Hamburg actually. And then we went down to the DRC, Democratic Republic of Congo, formerly known as Zaire, even earlier known as Congo, Belgian Congo. And the question of this research was about the limits and problems of coordination between different agencies that were all in charge of protecting civilians in the war in the DRC. The outcome, again, was not so encouraging, but currently Janusz is working for the External Action Service of the European Union. If you wonder what this is, no, it's not a rapidly, military reaction force, but it's the diplomats of the European Union which are not allowed to call themselves diplomats. So those ladies and guys working under Kaiserkranz. Good. So likewise, Janusz, stick to the subject. It was a long ride, but in between, I think there was a marriage, if I'm well informed. There were 2 children born, some movements to New York, back, and then now Brussels. All this had to be managed. And you defended the thesis only last week. So congratulations again.
It's now my pleasure to introduce Henriette Behring to you. Henriette joined the BIGSSS in 2021 after she completed her Master's in Sociology of Education in Sweden at Uppsala University. Before that, she did a BA at the Free University in Berlin, her hometown. And then I was very happy that she accepted the position here at the Sozium and became a fellow then at the BIGSSS. And from the very beginning, she was actively involved in the academic life at BIGSSS. So she was, for instance, the co-organizer of an international conference on families and changing societies. And not only academically, but also from the social life, she was very engaged in the social life of the BIGSSS, and she made many friends, but not only friends, as you might have seen also today, she also built a family here in Bremen. Yeah, and her dissertation, we also have to talk about her academic work, of course. It's an excellent, as well, an excellent piece of work, just like the baby. And she focused on extracurricular activities and how these shape inequalities across the life course. And during that phase, when she wrote her dissertation, she was also a fellow at the European University Institute in Florence, and she visited a lot of international conferences and presented her work over there. Yeah, and for me, it was also a very special journey that we had together, because it was my very first doctoral student that I supervised, so also for me a very special day. Yeah, and therefore I'm super happy now to congratulate you, and I have to add, I'm also very proud of that she stayed with us, because now she works as a postdoctoral fellow in a research project on genetic and social factors in the early life course. And that means that we continue to work together a bit longer, and I'm very happy about that.
So it's my turn now, and I am to introduce Priya Singh and then Anissa as 2 of the graduates today. Just before I get started, if I may, a personal note, I'm especially happy to be here today as somebody who brought BIGSSS to life nearly 2 decades ago when we were writing excellent proposals to start BIGSSS. So. also the case with the
This is Priya.
Well, it's my pleasure to introduce Priya, who is joining us online and hopefully can hear us. Priya joined BIGSSS in 2017, and from the moment I first met her, I was impressed by her dedication to her research topic, and that is social security for informal workers. Priya then had just graduated from a master in labor studies with a prize-winning thesis, and she was dedicated to continue this topic and to explore it in more depth at BIGSSS with the Marie Curie Fellowship. The title of her dissertation is Social Protection in the Informal Workers, a case study of the health insecurity of BD workers, we must say, in India. And apart from me, the supervisors were Yasmin Darshoglu. Oh, sorry. Okay, Margaret Schreier. Yeah. Margaret Schreier and Pravin from Neo University in India. What exactly Priya did and what was very impressive is that she did many interviews, in-depth interviews with a hard-to-reach group in a very challenging field. She interviewed BD workers in Bihar and India in their homes and villages, and these female workers were rolling cigarettes in homework, in the subcontracts under conditions we only can call informal work, and which are void of any kind of labor regulations. She especially looked whether these women workers were able to access public health programs or whether they rather would retreat to informal social networks. And although this is a case study on a very specific group and specific programs, the supervisors, we all agreed that there are a lot of insights from this study on the challenges informal workers also in other places face in assessing basic health care. Priya also enjoyed very much her time at BIGSSS, and apart from working together with her room office mate and other international fellows from BIGSSS, they also shared leisurely time, and especially these as international fellows not from Europe, they traveled across Europe and enjoyed to explore different cultures and cuisines. It is not only Priya's thesis work, which is very impressive, but also the career she has made. She just recently started a postdoc researcher position in India, Bangalore, at the Institute of Public Health, and this job hopefully will help her to do what she from the very beginning intended to do, to make a difference with research in respect to real life, that is to add to better healthcare prevention for vulnerable workers and people. She achieved all this while also being a mother of two wonderful children. So, all my congratulations to you. And now we have Marcel. Irma 2 entered BIGSSS as Bria with the cohort 217, and the two of them not only were part of the same cohort and roommates, office mates, but they also became friends. And first of all, they somehow shared the interest in the same topic, and that is the working conditions of informal female workers. As you can see, the topic of Irma's dissertation is live-in long-term care and the work migrant workers, in her case, migrant workers from Georgia, Uzbekistan, and Turkestan provide to frail elderly in their private homes. This is a much under-researched topic, we can say. It really, her thesis really fills a gap, as we know very little about especially live-in working arrangements in Turkey. And in her dissertation, she shows, based on over 40 interviews, that it is not only poor labor regulations and poor or a lack of welfare benefits for elderly which shapes the relationships between these workers and the employees, that is the elderly or relatives of the elderly, family employers. It's not only these institutional regulations which shape the care practices and the labor relations, but it is also governed by cultural norms. Cultural norms which refer to understandings what should be a family, what are the duties of different family members, what are proper gender roles. So her thesis bears a lot of insights, and I'm sure that it will also be inducing for further research in this field. In a sense, you are a pioneer with this really richness of interview data, and you too enjoyed your time at BIGSSS together with Priya. You submitted in August this year. You will defend from Bremen University is here today, which I wanted to mention too. Congratulations, I'm eager to see the next steps in your academic career.
Now, can you hear me? Ladies and gentlemen, of course, it's about celebrating the graduates here. This is no day to celebrate the institution too much, but we have to appreciate the work of people whose work has to be appreciated. And I must say that I just learned that our tool to evaluate the career administratively is called ALICIA. It's the life cycle administration. But the life cycle is something that is to be taken more serious. At BIGSSS, you could acoustically hear that several times already today. BIGSSS is a productive, even a reproductive institution, and we're happy about that. But what I want to say is, Karin, you've made a circle for my understanding because you're graduating the last PhD students in your career. And ladies and gentlemen, there are always people without those such an institution would exist. And Karin is very fundamental in building up BIGSSS. And when I started 15 years ago, 16 years ago, I had known her already, so I could always come and ask about the real tricks. But I know that the fact that BIGSSS has survived the Excellence Initiative is also due to the ingenious working of Karin in the background. Karin, I thank you very much for everything that you've done. Slowly slide down, and again we have a musical interlude. Again, it's a cappella, and they then come in.
Well, I guess it would be nice if I could touch your body. I know not everybody got a body like you, but I gotta think twice before I give my heart away. And I know all the games to play because I play them too. Oh, but I need some time off from that emotion. Time to pick my heart up off the floor. And when that laugh comes down with all devotion, will it take us from it, baby? But I'm showing you the door. 'Cause I gotta have faith. I gotta have faith. 'Cause I gotta have faith, faith, faith. I gotta have faith, faith, faith.
Baby, I know you're asking me to say please, please, please don't go away. Say give me the blues. Baby, you mean every word you say. And now I think of yesterday. And another good time me down to the love of the truth before this river becomes an ocean. Don't you throw my heart back on the floor. Oh baby, I reconsider my foolish notion. I need someone to hold me while I wait for something more.
'Cause I gotta have faith. I gotta have faith. 'Cause I gotta have faith, faith, faith. I gotta have faith, faith, faith.
Oh, before this river becomes an ocean. Before you throw my heart back on the floor. Oh baby, I reconsider my foolish notion. I need someone to hold me while I wait for something more.
'Cause I gotta have faith. I gotta have faith. 'Cause I gotta have faith, faith, faith. I gotta have faith, faith, faith.
The second song, again, from another movie, but the movie is for children. Hercules.
I have often dreamed of a far-off place
motto, just don't stop in life. Be careful, I mean Queen, not another song.
Tonight I'm gonna have myself a real good time. I feel alive, and the world is turning inside out, yeah, floating around in ecstasy. So don't stop me now. Don't stop me. 'Cause I'm having a good time. I'm having a good time. I'm a shooting star leaping through the sky. Like a tiger defying the laws of gravity. Laws of gravity. Passing by, like letting a diver. I'm gonna go, go, go. There's no stopping me. I'm burning through the skies, yeah. 200 degrees, that's why they call me Mr. Fahrenheit. I'm traveling at the speed of light. I wanna make a supersonic man out of you. A supersonic man, don't stop me now. I'm having such a good time. I'm having a ball, so don't stop me now. If you wanna have a good time, just give me a call. So don't stop me, 'cause I'm having a good time. Don't stop me, 'cause I'm having a good time. I don't want to stop at all. I'm a rocket ship on my way to Mars. On a collision course, I am a satellite. I'm out of control, I'm a fixed machine, ready to reload. Like an astronaut, about to go, oh, oh, oh, oh, explode. I'm burning through the skies, 200 degrees, that's why they call me Mr. Fahrenheit. I'm traveling at the speed of light. I wanna make a supersonic man out of you. Don't stop me, don't stop me, don't stop me. Don't stop me, don't stop me, ooh, ooh, ooh. Don't stop me, don't stop me, have a good time, good time. Don't stop me, don't stop me. Oh, I'm a shooting star leaping through the sky. Like a tiger, defying the laws of gravity. Laws of gravity. Passing by, like letting a diver. I'm gonna go, go, go. There's no stopping me. I'm burning through the skies. 200 degrees, that's why they call me Mr. Fahrenheit. I'm traveling at the speed of light.
work on the dock. Human's been on strike, he's down on his luck this time. So tired. Gina works the diner all day, working for her man, she brings home her pay for love, for love.
She said we gotta hold on to what we've got. Doesn't make a difference if we make it or not. We've got each other, and that's a lot for love. We'll give it a shot. Whoa, we're halfway there. Whoa, living on a prayer. Take my hand, we'll make it, I swear. Whoa, living on a prayer. Tommy's got a six-string heart. Now he's holding in what used to make him talk so tired. So tired. He never to running away. When she cries in the night, Tommy whispers, baby, it's okay. Someday. She said we gotta hold on to what we've got. Doesn't make a difference if we make it or not. We've got each other, and that's a lot for love. We'll give it a shot. Whoa, we're halfway there. Whoa, living on a prayer. Take my hand, we'll make it, I swear. Whoa, living on a prayer. Living on a prayer. Whoa, we gotta hold on. Ready or not, we live for the fight, and it's all that we've got. Whoa, we're halfway there. Whoa, living on a prayer. Take my hand, we'll make it, I swear. Whoa, living on a prayer. Whoa, we're halfway there. Whoa, living on a prayer. Take my hand, we'll make it, I swear. Whoa, living on a prayer. Whoa, we're halfway there. Whoa.
And the art of Thailand.
Thank you very much and congratulations for all the graduates. You are very
For those who didn't realize our director of studies is on stage sitting on keeps delivering. Ladies and gentlemen, I have the honor now to honor 3 people, 2 of them being present. May I ask you on stage, Nelson Wembe, please. I'm a little excited because it's the first time that I'm part of this part of graduation. But it's my honor to laudate you. Let's start with Nelson Sinsewenwe. He is a 2023 cohort fellow, which is rather quick. It's surprisingly quick, and we're not still used to those kind of conditions. You're saying that you want to leave as quickly as possible. Always done just a good job, Nelson. Nelson submitted his dissertation in August titled Longing and Belonging in Black African Diasporic Narratives, written in French and Spanish. Now, Nelson's work stands obviously at the crossroads of the social sciences and comparative literature. And as somebody who has enjoyed being in an institution that did literally take interdisciplinarity serious as myself, I was so happy to learn that Nelson will join us because we've been always been very empirical at BIGSS. Here is somebody who has literally crossed those boundaries methodologically and content-wise speaking. In plain terms, Nelson asks how longing for the other and for a place to belong, and the politics of belonging shape the lives and self-understanding of Black African diasporic communities. Through French and Spanish language narratives, all which I heard you masterfully are capable of interpreting, he shows how people navigate multiple spaces, cultures, and expectations, and what it means to belong or not in contemporary Europe. So, in a sense, Nelson, you've experienced, hopefully in a positive sense, what you were working on at BIGSS as a base of belonging, and obviously for quite a long time of belonging too. And the wonderful thing about Nelson's appearance at BIGSS, which I'm not saying, not giving away too much, that at the beginning was quite a challenge for us to get him over from the contradiction studies research training group, where he's also a part of. And Nelson has always been bridging those institutions. He's bridging the sciences, the different fields. You were able to incorporate in different narratives and different logics. And I can only guess how tough it must have been in the first semester in getting training in the methods that might have been a little bit, outside the typical fields of focus. So he was born in Cameroon, and Nelson now moves with ease across languages, French, English, Spanish, and Catalan, and is bravely adding German to that list, I heard and I've seen. And also what I thought was very great is that you've been, in that short time of finishing a PhD, he's been one of the most active when it comes to exposing the BIGSS community to a lot of events that you obviously organize on the side. So I want to congratulate you. I want to thank your supervisors, Gisela Febel, Martin Nonhoff, and Cesar Dominguez, and all the very best, Nelson, and it's been a pleasure having you with us. Now we're doing a post-graduating because I must say that somebody who should have been here today could not come for reasons that I'm not going to share, but they were serious. But we thought it would be still the best to congratulate him and congratulate Anders Henschel, who is not here today. It's not that serious as it might sound, but he had a good excuse not to be here, and I'm very sorry that he can't be here. He's also not online because he has obligations at the moment that stand at priority. So Anders Henschel is a member of our 2013 cohort, so 2023, 2013. You see the difference, and as a matter of fact, Anders and myself, we shared the joint point of entry at BIGSS. So he was in the first cohort when I came. I would have really loved to chat with him about our, our times at BIGSS and remind him of the good old excellent days of milk and honey. But we sustained. Anders' dissertation bears the title Social Policy Coordination within the European Semester, EU Policy Recommendations and Domestic Responses. He studied how the European Semester, born out of the 2020 strategy, shaped social policy back home, showing how thematic coordination, macroeconomic guidance, and fiscal oversight increasingly intertwine and nudge member states towards particular reforms. Now, if you're picturing a loud policy wonk, think again. Anders, he's from Schleswig-Holstein, so he's a North German personality. He's one of those fellows of the silent type, thoughtful, steady, blonde, and deeply reliable. During his time at BIGSS, he met a lot of great people, and that's what he said about BIGSS. I met a lot of great people. So we have a Northern personality here. I'm very unhappy that he can't be with us today, so let's give a big shout out to supervisors Ulrike Liebert, Caroline de la Porte, and Susanne Schmidt. Now, last but not least, he's from the 2021 cohort and defended in 18th November 2024. And also there is something which is special about Hugo, as much in the sense as in Nelson's case, because he comes to BIGSS from the Leibniz Center for Tropical Marine Research. Again, that's something which you would not expect on the plate of a social science graduate school. But Hugo's dissertation carries the title Towards Sustainability in the Coastal Blue Economy, Navigating Institutional Change for Coastal Resource Co-Management in Ghana. So here it becomes obvious that marine sciences are integrating social research to their portfolio. And in that sense, Hugo was and is one of those bridge makers. He's an institutional economist with hands-on experience across South and Southeast Asia and Sub-Saharan African regions. He studied land economy at KNUST, earned, is that properly pronounced, KNUST? Because it's a German word, it means something that is, a part of the bread, from my understanding. Earned a master's in environmental governance in Freiburg and completed his PhD in economics here at BIGSS, while bridging our community with ZMT's marine expertise. Today, Udo, I learned, serves as a lecturer at the Department of Land Management at the University of Business and Integrated Development Studies in Wa, in Ghana, and he is navigating between Ghana and Germany very often these days. So thank you for coming here. Udo, we're thanking also his supervisors, Professor Achim Schlüter, Marco Ferrey from Kunsthalle University, and Dr. Aisha Manlosa. Udo, thank you very much for showing us how interdisciplinarity actually works. And yes. In my very, very detailed Ablauf plan, what my next round is. Okay, all right, so I have to, unfortunately, I have to ask you to. my almost final honor today is to ask the following people on stage. That would be Anne Speer. The one and only Tanja Pini.
Okay, yeah, it's my pleasure to praise Anne Speer for her dissertation. Actually, I was asked before, so I kept my notes even to the essence. Anne is a social psychologist by training, and she was pursuing her PhD at BIGSSS, while at the same time she was working as a researcher at the Research Institute Social Cohesion in a research project on social milieux, or social cohesion within and between social milieux. I think during her time at Bremen, Anna also developed into a decent sociologist. In her dissertation, incorporating status bias into prejudice research, she really incorporated a very clear sociological perspective on social inequalities into a well-established field of psychological prejudice research. And she did that, as actually everything else, in such an impressive, clear, and innovative way that earned her dissertation a marvelous distinction. Anna not only enriched the psychological research field with sociological perspectives, but also enriched our research project, which is merely a sociological one in the origin, or was a sociological one, with her psychological expertise, and then therefore she really turned into an interdisciplinary research project. And you can say in a more general way that Anna actually enriched every contact that she got involved in with her positive spirit, her illuminating intelligence, and her never-ending curiosity for exploring always new avenues and approaches. We are therefore more than happy that Anna continues to work with us and continues to enrich us as a postdoc researcher at the Research Institute Social Cohesion at Bremen. But today is the day to give her back, at least symbolically. So thank you, Anna, and congratulations.
And Olaf, I have been asked to be short as well, but I want to start with a general remark. We have heard beautiful words of thanks to us supervisors. I just want to say that I think I'm not the only supervisor in this room who would say I love my job. But there are few things that I love so much about my job as working with good PhD students. my life richer over the last couple of years, and it is me to thank you for that. And now I present to you, it's my pleasure to present to you, Chai Laurin Yesun, whose thesis was entitled Moral Deviance Across Cultures, Investigations of the Human Moral Mind. Now, obviously, Pai suggests that we humans do have a moral mind. And he argues we have it by nature. So, all parents' heart ambition to educate their children to adhere to moral standards notwithstanding, Pai says at least some moral standards are innate. Irrespective of all cultural differences in beliefs about what you should or should not do, eat, or drink, Pai says at least some moral standards are universal. So, does his dissertation title then suggest that his perspective on morality is deviant? Well, obviously not. In line with previous authors, Pai argues that the human mind evolved to enable culture, because living in large and cooperative groups has many survival advantages. Yet, this way of life also requires a lot of down-regulation of selfish impulses, without which the social fabric would soon collapse. And therefore, we evolved some basic moral intuitions underlying the admittedly also found cultural diversity of moral standards. Now, while this principal argument has been made before, the empirical evidence for this proposition is, well, mixed at best. And here it is where Pai comes in. He argues that the central shortcoming of previous investigations was that authors mainly asked people around the world what they consider to be morally good, hence focusing on adherence to moral codes. If morality, however, is indeed about protecting large-scale cooperation from cheating, then focusing on deviant behavior may be more relevant. And this focus on the relevance of deviant behavior allowed him to construct a scale which turned out to have better psychometric properties than existing ones, and nota bene, across cultures. So yes, at least some moral standards seem to be universal and innate, and Pai's new scale. With Pai's new scale, we now have a valid tool to measure them. You see, Pai dares asking big questions, and I admire that, but he always did this with a love for detail that was really outstanding. So let me close by saying that Pai is not only a wanderer between different cultures, but also between scientific disciplines. Being a sociologist by training, his dissertation project built on important theories from moral psychology. He's eager to publish his work in psychological journals, and after finishing his PhD, he has been directly hired as a postdoc in Hamburg, back in sociology. Pai, it was a true privilege working with you. Congrats and good luck for your future. Turn to Tanya Kini, who in her dissertation project addressed one of the pressing issues of our time, migration. Tanya wanted to better understand the consequences of migration from India to Germany. And she based her theorizing on the proposition that India shares many cultural characteristics with so-called honor cultures, a term that so far has mainly been used to describe cultures around the Mediterranean Sea and the Middle East. Honor cultures are often compared to dignity cultures, which are found in Northwestern Europe, hence including Germany. So far, however, few studies have been conducted with samples of people who migrated only recently. They have been understudied, and to fill this gap, Tanya included, next to German sample, first a sample of Indian natives who are still living in India, but also a sample of Indians who only recently came to Germany. And And in the first qualitative study, Tanya assessed Germans and Indians' conceptualizations of both honor and dignity. Dignity is based on one's unique and independent personality. You have it simply by being human. Honor, however, is based on the respect paid to you by others and therefore exists only in interdependence with them. Based on this qualitative study, Tanya developed new quantitative scales to capture both honor and dignity beliefs. Furthermore, Tanya found that people show strong emotional responses if their relevant concept is threatened. So she found stronger responses of Indians than Germans when they assumed honor threats, and Germans responded quite strongly when assuming that their dignity would be under attack. And what about the migrants, the Indian migrants in Germany? They endorsed both concepts rather strongly, and accordingly they also responded quite strongly to either attack. Yet, this response was qualified by the degree to which they integrated into the German society. So, many new and exciting insights and findings. I have to say that I did not only work with Tanya as on this research project, but we actually taught together a class, and I saw your amazing capacity to grab the students' attention, to reach them, and you are a very talented teacher as well, and therefore we are very happy to still have Tanya as a lecturer at the International Foundation here at Kunsthalle University, where she brings in her expertise in intercultural competence. Let me close by saying that Tanya, in a way, lives up to this call for integration herself. Having migrated from India to Germany, she's still quite attached to her Indian culture, as can be seen from her Instagram account. Tanya is a highly gifted dancer and does traditional Indian dancing, very beautiful. But she's also strongly attached to her new culture here in Germany, where she indeed found the love of her life. Thank you. Finally, I present to you Niels Henschel. Our time is characterized by a plethora of strong intergroup conflicts, strong frictions within our societies between the political left and right, to interethnic conflicts and hostility, for instance in the Middle East, or even to the war in Ukraine. Intergroup conflict is prevalent almost everywhere. And accordingly, understanding the underlying processes, facilitating conditions of utmost societal relevance. And I have to say it has always been. One of the earliest ideas on how to reduce intergroup conflict is the so-called contact hypothesis. Many of you will be familiar with this. It's the idea that mere contact between the members of different groups should improve their relationships. Now, while there was initial evidence for this proposition, other studies have found the very opposite. Sometimes intergroup contact intensifies the frictions between them. To make things even more complex, but also more interesting, there is more recent evidence for the so-called secondary transfer effect. Positive contact with one group can reduce prejudice toward other unrelated subgroups, not just with the one directly being involved. Now, given that intergroup context sometimes results in negative intergroup evaluations, Niels asked the question whether there is also a negative secondary transfer effect, and if so, what drives this? Now, to answer this question, Niels analyzed existing survey data using, and I have to say, using highly sophisticated statistical procedures for which I admire you, Nils, a lot. But I have to say that I was very happy that I wasn't the only supervisor in this case. Klaus Böhnke was the second supervisor, the co-supervisor, who is a professor in social science methodology. Because what you did, Nils, was actually at the limit of what I am able to understand. I have to say that. But certainly my competence suffices to say you did a marvelous job, Nils. And therefore it seems to me almost consequential and appropriate that you are now working as a data engineer at Statista GmbH. I think that's very fitting. I wish you the best of luck for the future, Nils. Congrats. Do I have to say something? Do I have to call Franzi to the stage, or does this Franzi?
You can go ahead. I don't know. So, last but not least, I now ask on stage Karina Haas.
Christian asked me already what my time limit might be.
I can say it.
Yeah, I can say this. I have, before we start, I have two requests. One goes to Jessica. Please do not, this is the third graduation where I'm speaking after Uli. This is a nightmare for me. I can only use, so for the next graduation, please change the order. The other thing that, the other request that I have, and this goes to the deans and to Jessica, I would like to say a few words afterwards to everybody when the group is done individually. Okay, we are starting with Karina. You might recognize her face, I hope. Karina did her dissertation with Klaus Böhnke and me on the title Social Cohesion in Times of Crisis, Understanding Cohesive Entities in Europe. And by the way, Klaus Böhnke is not here, he has other obligations tonight, but I'm happy to introduce you. In her dissertation project, Karina examined the role of social cohesion at times of crisis in Europe. One could say that there's never been a better time to study this, and we've heard in the speeches already by Patrick Zachary and Adi Wilhelm all the bad things that are happening in the world. Maybe just to make the link also to the BIGSSS, about 2 days ago there was a study published on BIGSSS with the ARD and ZDF that says 3 out of 4 Germans are concerned about social cohesion in Germany. So you see how timely Karina's work actually is. As part of her work, Karina expanded the Bertelsmann Social Cohesion Radar, which before only existed until 2012, which allows us and other researchers now to actually assess social cohesion across 30 European countries for another decade. Additionally, her psychological work shows that people who feel more embedded, if people feel more embedded, social cohesion creates actually a buffer against negative psychological consequences and the loss of conspiracy beliefs. About her time at BIGSSS, Karina said it was the best time of student life, without the grades, but with all the intellectual challenges, supportive mentorship, and lasting friendships across cultures. Today, Karina works as a psychologist in the Elbe Klinikum Stade as part of her training to become a psychotherapist, which had been her plan since the beginning, even before she joined BIGSSS. Now I was thinking what I could say personally about Karina. We sometimes internally call her unser Küken because she's the youngest by far. Despite being the youngest, she was the first in many things. One of the examples you can see on the picture. Paula is not here today, but she was the first to have a baby in the RTG. She was also the first to publish a paper on this in the cohort, which we celebrated a lot. I forgot to mention regarding Paula. Paula's birthday was actually calculated for my birthday, but it didn't quite work out. It would have been 2 days late. I don't blame you. I got over it. When we had coffee and cake outside, and Karina introduced me to her father, she said, you know, Franzi and I, we shared, so we had our offices on opposite, across the hallway, basically. So from my desk, I could see Karina at her desk working. Just imagine what that's like if your supervisor keeps an eye on you day and night. I think for the first couple of months, she didn't dare to leave before I left. But it changed, the atmosphere changed. We left the doors open and we started to annoy everybody actually by just shouting across the hallway. Until the others nodded because they had to close their doors. And in the acknowledgements of your thesis, you said that there wasn't a single day in the office that you were not happy to see me, and I can only say likewise. We really miss you a lot. Congratulations, Karina. Before I'm done with the other four, so that's it. We continue Daria. Daria's dissertation title was Rethinking Resistance, a Mixed Method Study of Online Resistance Communities, supervised by Jan Lorenz and me, and Juan Masulo, whom some of you may remember as a postdoc many years ago in our methods center. In Daria's dissertation, she writes about resistance in online communities and demonstrates how ordinary people participate politically in ways that seem trivial, but function to resist inequalities, build solidarity, and form community. Daria argues that online platforms and social media provide spaces not only for the articulation of dissatisfaction and grievances, but also for mutual support, shared understanding, and access to a variety of resources. These in turn facilitate the construction of counter-discourses and alternative narratives, which she interprets as expressions of everyday resistance. This concept of small, hidden, decentralized forms of challenging dominant power structures is here applied innovatively to digital environments. Her work expands prior research on power and resistance and highlights that political power and its contestations are present even in the most seemingly mundane aspects of everyday life, also online. About her time at BIGSSS, Daria said that she enjoyed her time very much and that she's grateful to have met so many amazing colleagues and friends. Many of them are here. I'm happy to hear this, Daria, because with your personality and your excellent, I have to stress this, excellent presentation skills, let me just say we also miss you there. And you're always welcome to join whenever you have time. Daria's current position, is at Kunsthalle University, and I'm very happy that Daria actually stays as a colleague. She's the accreditation coordinator in our QM team, actually, at Kunsthalle University, and she also will keep teaching, because she also has part of her contract. I'm looking at Adi because he made this possible, as a lecturer. So she can combine her interests in teaching and higher education management, and we're very happy that you are still around. What can I say about Daria on a personal level? What many of you may not know is that Daria and I have already met in 2017, so 4 years before she actually started her PhD in BIGSSS. Daria was back then an undergraduate student at the University of Aberdeen and joined back then Jacobs University as an exchange student, Erasmus student, and I was her academic advisor. And we had to share courses with me. And 4 years later, there she is, wanting to do a PhD with Daria, it was a great pleasure working with you, not only as a PhD student, but also as a co-instructor. Many of you know by personal experience what a great presenter and teacher Daria is, and she used the opportunity to gain teaching experience with a lot of female faculty, actually. Mandy Larson, Mandy Brunke, and I, we all had the pleasure of teaching with you and also learning from. And finally, and this is the first, okay, I can do it. I have 3 more, okay. On a very personal level, Daria, you took over at a time when I could not complete my teaching, you took over a course from me that helped a lot, and I just want to thank you for that. Turn around anymore. The next is Ekaterina. Ekaterina, I'm so happy to see you here. You have to know that Karina gave birth less than 6 weeks ago, and she's here with her husband and her little daughter Lydia. Ekaterina, I'm very happy that you are here, that you made it. Ekaterina's dissertation is the impact of perceived relative deprivation and emotions on populism, supervised by mainly other couples. I joined rather late, but Ekaterina and I have been working together for many years, so this was quite a logical decision. In her dissertation, Ekaterina aims to understand the origins of one of the most relevant challenges in and to our modern democracies, the rise of populism and populist support. People often endorse populist ideologies, also called populist politicians, because they feel they're not receiving what they believe they're entitled to, so that they're not getting their fair share. In her thesis, Ekaterina shows that such perceptions, called relative deprivation, can indeed lead to populist attitudes, especially when they are accompanied by a mix of negative emotions. Across 5 empirical studies, among them 3 experiments, she finds consistent empirical support that relative deprivation turns into populist support, mainly via the negative emotions that are activated by this experience that is perceived as unjust. About her time at BIGSSS, Ekaterina said what stands out for her most is that she learned how to manage the entire research process, from developing an initial idea, drafting a budget, applying to the ethics committee, setting up the study, collecting data, cleaning it, analyzing the results, and writing everything up. In the end, she said, you also learned that the best PhD thesis is a submitted and defended one. Something that opens up new career opportunities in the unpredictable but highly rewarding world of academia. So for everybody, there's still a life afterwards, after finishing their PhD. Today, Katharina works as a postdoc at the Sozium at the University of Bremen, and we're very happy that she remains an active, soon to be active part again of the BIGSSS family as an affiliated postdoc. Ekaterina, Arvid cannot be here today, but Arvid is in Australia right now doing his sabbatical, but he sends his greetings and congratulations from the other side of the world, and he wishes you all the best. He also reminded me again of all the challenges you faced in your research during the pandemic, among others, Ekaterina to completely change the design of some of her empirical studies, which caused not just delay, but an enormous frustration for her, but she also overcame this challenge. Ekaterina and I have known each other for more than 8 years now, and even though Ekaterina to my regret, got a PhD in psychology. It's nothing personal, but you came from a sociological, especially political, sociological background. I always considered you like my ally in Southall, somebody who thinks like me among all the psychologists there with your training in sociology and your interest in the political processes, your knowledge and skills to work with large comparative data sets such as the Value Survey of BIGSS, and your understanding of micro stuff. I like people to talk to about multi-level models now, so I always thought we thought alike. We're very much looking forward to welcoming you back once the maternity leave is open, but for the time being, enjoy that part of your life. Congratulations, Katharina. Christina Niculescu's thesis was supervised by Kostun and also Yasin Khashoggi. Yasin, I'm happy you're here today. If I say something wrong, feel free to correct me. The title of Christina's dissertation was Teaching Grit, Examining the Effects of Intervention to Foster Grit. In her dissertation project, Christina explored the role of grit, which is defined as the perseverance and consistency in pursuing long-term goals, and she did that in a school setting. She examined if being gritty, as it's called, if you have grit, if being gritty can be fostered through brief, web-based interventions. And for that, she designed a longitudinal study of a total of 5 years in 2 comprehensive schools here in Bremen, both schools that have a large share of disadvantaged students, many of them with a migration background. And Christina did not only develop and implement the interventions, she also evaluated them using a combination of quantitative and qualitative approaches. Christina could show that her grit interventions were linked to improved academic performance even years later, particularly for socially and academically disadvantaged students. So very important research. From the time at BIGSSS, Christina says what she will remember most is the warmth, support, and friendships that made her feel part of a big, diverse, colorful, and brilliant academic community whose energy and ideas inspired her throughout her journey. Currently, and this is relatively new for 2.5 weeks now, Christina has been working as a national data manager in the International Civic and Citizenship Education Study 2027 at the University of Münster, so a topic relatively closely related to the age group that you have been studying during your dissertation. Now, what I can say about you personally, Christina, I will not repeat Klaus's story that he shared both at your defense and at your farewell at Constructor when you left your job here, that he learned so much from you in terms of statistical analysis. I did some math and I realized, Christina, that I've known you longest in this group for more than 20 years, if you can believe this. I know we don't look like this, but more than 20 years. Holy, okay. Because her first 2 degrees, bachelor and the master, Christina received from Jacobs University in 2006 and 2008. So we met when I was a PhD student and she was a first-year undergrad student in 2004. After finishing her master's, it took Christina 9 years to decide and to find the courage actually to decide to do the PhD. And for the most of the time that you did this, since 2017, you did this in parallel to a job at the University Administration, a constructor, and while having 2 kids. The last 7 months of your PhD last year were funded by the research training group, so you could actually concentrate on completing your PhD. You often describe this as a now or never situation. I don't know how many talks we had in the years before where you were this close to giving up, and I'm so happy that you didn't. So this financial independence in this time allowed you to concentrate on your PhD, and those of you who were in Southall at any time last year know that Christina basically moved in. She literally lived in her office. She was there every day, worked long hours, every weekend, every night till 1 a.m., 2 a.m., 3 a.m. You and your family, your kids sacrificed a lot during this time, but you pulled through because, and that's not a big surprise, you have grit and perseverance and consistency. The outcome of the dissertation, which was a well-deserved distinction, right, Desmond, speaks for itself. So, congratulations, Christina. Yes, you would want me to add that what your findings and your intervention should be part of what many schools are doing, actually. Yes. Good. Last but not least, Cancer. You've heard a lot from you already today. Now it's time to praise you. Gamze Ipek's dissertation title was Life Goals and Well-Being, the Role of Work-Family Interference, supervised by Sonja Lippe and Sonja Drobnic, who are both here to celebrate you today. Now, what was the research about? We all know from personal experiences that demands in our job can have an impact on our family lives and vice versa. Everybody who had either a sick kid at home or had a deadline knows what this feels like. In her dissertation, Gamze examined how personal life goals shape the way work and family demands influence our well-being. Personal life goals can be agentic. They focus on independence, achievement, success, or power. Or they can be communal, and they focus on relationships, care, and warmth. Drawing on large-scale survey data from Germany and Turkey, as well as on experimental intervention, Gamze's research shows that life goals can both predict and alter the impact of life-family interference, with effects varying across cultural contexts and level of self-control. The findings highlight that certain life goals and high self-control can, under specific circumstances, worsen rather than improve work-family interference, underscoring the need for tailored strategies to enhance well-being. Now, Sonja Drobnic told me that for your first paper, which you published together with Sonja and with Klaus Brünke, and for which Gamze, by the way, also received the Best Paper Award earlier this year. Okay, a reviewer wrote at the end of the review process, the manuscript is very interesting and it makes me reflect about my previous conceptions of the topic. And Sonja said this is perhaps the more than many scholars can say about their impact on the scientific community. About her time at BIGSSS, Gamze said that BIGSSS was one of the most beautiful turning points in her life, not only empowering her to grow into a confident researcher, but also giving her the experience of living in a new country, lifelong friendships, and the most supportive mentorships. Now, for Gamze, the work context, as you can see by the title of the dissertation, has always been important. She came to us with a degree in organizational psychology. And before and after BIGSSS, Gamze has been working as an HR specialist and works as an HR researcher already now. Driven by the passion, as she calls it, to contribute to a better world of work. What I can say without doubt is that since you joined in 2021, you've made our world of work a lot better, and we miss you a lot in South Hall. Now, there's one anecdote I need to share, and Mandy, Larsen, thank you so much for reminding me of this a few days ago, because I'd almost forgotten. Some of you may know that Gamze got married while doing her PhD, and she had the big Turkish wedding that we all imagine in Turkey over many days with many guests. And this date coincides with her data collection, if I'm not mistaken. So what Gamze, being a very pragmatic researcher as she is, did, and I wasn't sure if it was the pretest or the regular data collection. Yeah, she printed invitations to participate in her study on large posters and put the QR code and the invitation to participate in the study on big posters during her wedding reception and asked all of the guests to participate in this study. Cake for people who did not participate. Gamze, this is what I would call commitment. Congratulations on the pieces. So I know I'm standing between you and the food and the drinks, but I need 1 more minute to wrap this up. Because this is also, I don't know how often I will see this group all together again, and this includes Tanya and Kai, and also of course Anna and Nils, but they just let me do 5 and not all of you. So a few more sentences about these really wonderful 5 ladies that you see there. 5 fantastic colleagues, competent researchers, strong women, and simply wonderful people. It was a great pleasure and honor to accompany you for some years of your path and to see how you grew as academics and as personalities. Now, we are here to celebrate your academic achievements today, but we also know that doing a PhD is much more than just an academic challenge. It also means, and this was mentioned frequently today, overcoming obstacles. Doubts whether PhD is really the right choice, doubts that you will never finish or ever finish. Motivation crises, rejection by reviewers or funding agencies, serious setbacks when planning your studies, and starting from scratch. But it also includes sometimes moments of huge personal crises. Such as sickness or worry about loved ones, and in some cases, that you experience also losses of lost ones. It reminds us that we're not just academics, but humans. And you've shown us by leading by example that it's possible to tackle these challenges with the support of others, with a strong network of family and friends, but also with the help of the peers and mentors at BIGSS, in short, the BIGSS community. I would like to thank you for being part of this community, essentially. Sorry. You guys are the reason why we do this, basically. So thank you very much.
I would like to ask all the candidates. So, photographer will stay and take a picture. And we will also remain here.
Ich kann das von hier nicht steuern, aber wir können es gerne anschauen. Ich glaube, Jessica.
Ja, eben. Sorry. Hast du was hingekriegt, Fabian?
Nee, hat nicht geklappt, leider. Zu viele Bilder.
Mach gleich mehrere.
let's come with the supervisors. So das
Alle Supervisor oder nur die vorgetragenen Supervisor?
Na, die hier
Once
Supervisor
Nicht runterfallen. Kann mich jeder sehen? Okay.
Very good.
All right. And also supervisor.
I have to hijack here because we have to really thank somebody. It's been done already, but I want to emphasize again that everything here, and I'm talking about today, everything here wouldn't have been possible if there wouldn't have been one person. Which is not the dean. It's also the dean, but it's my wonderful colleague, Jessica Machuca. Even though I know that's not the stuff they need, it's something I do. Please, Jessica, come on the stage. I don't know how you feel. I'm really red here, and I know that we're coming to the end with this, but again, thank you so much, Jessica. I've been going through that several times already because I'm one of the dinosaurs in this room here when it comes to BIGSS. And it's true what our dean said. I have not experienced senior coordinator of the dean's office that mastered this enormous task of bringing people together, organizing minutely. At any time I knew what I had to do because she had this wonderful sketchbook for tonight prepared weeks ago already. She's a great organizer, she's a great person, and we're so happy to have you with us, Jessica. Thank you so much. And one thing I really appreciate about her, which I learned 2 weeks ago, that Jessica is a fan of very exotic chips. Some ones I could get really big.
All right. And the last one.
So, now we will start the
to do soon. One last thank you goes to our student assistants, Kimberly, Nura, Noah, for their support. So please come here. There's also a present for you. So I think, having successfully moved half of the room onto the stage, I think we can now move on to the even more fun part of the evening, which is the reception and buffet, which starts right now outside. Yes. Okay. There will be finger food, drinks right outside. At 8 o'clock, the guided tours will start. The first two ones are in English, the last one is in German. Right?
Change. So there are a few English speakers in the third group, and maybe some German speakers will go to the last. And then
so if anybody wants to go to 8 o'clock, just come to me because I have that slot. I'm happy to change.
Okay, so thank you very much for joining us.